Hello, and a fantastic day, afternoon, or evening to everybody. It's I tried to set up uh something on OBS to try and have me to view everything using PureF, and I think that I was not able to make it work. So it seems that you would still need a third-party software instead of just a basic plugin, and so that's one of the difficulties that I seem to have. All right, but anyways, let's continue with the work. I think this is going to be exciting. I hope that it's going to be exciting. Uh, Please let me know if the audio is working, because we don't. I don't want to have another problem of the entire thing was on mute for some reason, you know. All right, so for today, I visited a no, not today. I mean, a few days ago, or it was yesterday. I visited a comic book shop and I saw a lot of old classic Iron Man comics, and I just wanted to do my own take on that, I guess. And so I'm going to we're going to shift from Photoshop to an application that we call PureF. And this will be our reference sheet. So for now, we're going to be copying, not really copying. Well, yeah, copying. We'll be selecting a lot of original Iron Man images from the classic. So that's what we'll do. So we'll pop up a browser and see what we can find. So it seems that Iron Man first appeared in the comic book Tales of Suspense. I would assume that it was from 1939, I think. Tales of Suspense. Number 39, I mean. Tales of Suspense number 39. I believe that this is where Iron Man first showed up. And if I'm not mistaken, yes, it is Tales of Suspense number 39. So this will be our reference. Let me move my PureF to the other screen so that we could have this on full screen. Let me just rename PureF because it's not properly renamed right now. Rename PureF. There you go. So we're also going to shift this to have a big size and move it below. Right, I'm not sure if we'll be able to properly pick up the images from here. We'll figure things out as we go. Where is it? All right, so let's see how this goes. All right, so this is the very first Iron Man suit. I'm not sure if it's picking up. Is it picking up? PureF, Brave, PureF. I'm not sure if it's picking up. Man, I see. I guess it's not picking up. Yes. Alright, so I guess I'll just copy my references into Photoshop for now. There you go. So let's just use Photoshop for now. Yeah, let's do that. And then I'll just transfer them over to I'll transfer them over to PureF right after. So the idea that I have in mind is to... I'm not sure if we'll do composition today. Um, or if we're just going to do headshots and maybe sketches and any of these things. I do want to be a little more free flow with this session rather than be strict with how the canvas would look. So, but I did have the thought of drawing Iron Man, the original Mark 1, which is the silver suit, this one, the one that we see here. And then I also thought of drawing the golden suit, which is the true Mark II. Let's look it up. Iron Man Mark II comics, which would be the gold suit. And then afterwards, we have the Mark III, which is the first red and gold suit. Let's see how we can approach this. So if you guys have questions, you guys want to join in on the fun, join in on the drawing, please feel free to do so. I'd be more than happy. If you're drawing something as well, let's talk about it. Or how did you get into Iron Man? Most of us got into it because of the MCU. Some of us have families and friends who have introduced us to comics, so maybe that's where it comes from. So the gold suit seems to have come from issue number 40, and the red and gold appears 8 issues later. And Tony creates the gold suit, and I think his eyes become more prevalent because it seems that he realized that he's starting to scare people off with the suit that he's wearing. And so he made it gold for some reason. And then afterwards, I think he got to fight, I forget which villain it is. And that is when he decided to upgrade his suit to be red and yellow. And this now becomes his iconic red and yellow. What is this guy's name again? The enemy that he comes to fight. And with all of this, and I've been podcasting a lot about Iron Man's history and how he compares to the MCU depictions, and I've just come to realize that the MCU has neglected the idea of the superhero. At the end of the first Iron Man film, Tony just outright says that I am Iron Man. It's significant, it's momentous, it's amazing, it's a crowd pleasing moment. But I think we have come to forget the nature of secret identities. We've come to forget that superheroes used to operate outside of civilization. It used to operate within the outside of the law, outside of all of these things. And so they could be as different, as varied as they wanted. They could wear all of these extravagant suits, whether they made sense or not. And I think that gave them, that allowed for them to do that without having to be quote unquote realistic. And so the theatrics of things was something that they could just embrace and take hold of. And I think that we've forgotten that. We've tried to militarize and mechanize everything. And Iron Man, despite having a mechanical background, I think has been affected by that direction. And everything just, especially with the rise of nanotech, which I think is a very different discussion. All right, sorry about that. Back on stream. Just had to attend to something really, really quickly. But yeah, where were we? We were discussing the idea of superheroes and how people have come to forget about it. I muted myself for a quick bit. I had to attend to something, and I've resolved it now. And so yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So, well, there's a lot of thought that I want to put into this, but at the same time, I want to be a little bit, what's the right term? Free flowing, like I said. So I want to focus on the first two suits. Two. Oh my god, my brain. I want to focus on the first three suits. And perhaps even illustrate Iron Man, Tony Stark, alongside of his armors, and to present it in such a way that I could take the illustration, turn it into a whole piece, maybe a widescreen piece. That's something that we'll sketch out. Do it in different angles, and yeah, tell a story in that manner. But at the same time, we'll be able to take each piece and turn them into their own illustrations. At least that's the concept. That's the idea. So please let me know if there are issues on the stream. Uh, I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time monitoring the stream from my end. If my voice is not working, please let me know. I'm gonna leave a message here. There you go, because I don't want the same mistake from last time to happen. So the test for myself here is to take some pictures from the original comics and to be able to translate them into something slightly more modern while being able to blend the 1960s vibes with the more modern ones and to give it a new spin, because I think that we've gone a little too locked into the Adi Granov approach of things. I love Adi Granov, don't get me wrong. He's one of my favorite artists. But I think that after he had redesigned Iron Man, all interpretations of Iron Man had just become that, especially after Iron Man 1. And Iron Man 1 for me is one of my favorites as well. It's I think after Infinity War when nanotech was introduced that everything just uh had gone haywire, I guess. And so I want to. So this is going to be a doodling session. This is going to be a bit of a redesign session, and so on and so forth. It is good, but the delay is absolute bane. Oh, I see. There's a delay in my voice. Is there a delay in my voice? I'll mute myself again. I just have to attend to something. I apologize. All right, I've attended to it. I apologize for that. Okay, so yeah, so that's the idea. So I'm pasting all of my references right now over here on Photoshop because PureRef doesn't seem to be recognized by OBS. So I'm not gonna be bugging around with that for the demonstration of things. And apart from that, I also want to illustrate Street Fighter. And not the modern iterations. I love the modern iterations, but I think that I want to approach it as though I'm perhaps fan casting with maybe 90s or early 2000s actresses and models. And I don't, and it's not going to be a direct copy of real people's faces, but it's just something that I really love to do. It's a study for me, but at the same time, it's it's an approach at things. All right, so that is the plan for today. I don't know how long I'll be streaming. It's currently 2:40 a.m. I have a lot of energy. I don't have anything better to do. I want to get a lot of work done. And yeah, yeah. I guess in two more words, fuck it. That's it. All right. So let me just move my references to PureF. Como lo ve bebe lo. That meme has been in my head for quite a while now. There you go. All right. So we have our Iron Man sheet. What day is it? 12/07/2025. Iron Man, Street Fighter, Doodles, et al. There you go. Okay. So, to people who are drawing as well, if I sleep, I don't know what time I'll wake up, and yeah, I don't care. I don't care. Yeah. Sleep is for the weak. I'm drawing with you. Let's see who does the better Iron Man buddy. Game on. Oh, sure. I'm not really trying to mold any competition right now. But yeah, I'm gonna do my best. Then yeah. Real men get depression, exhaustion, and get shut down. That is true. That is true. It's hard to fake a smile. I don't like faking a smile. I prefer to be as real as I can be, even if it's devastating to the rest of society. And if I feel something, I'd rather not pretend around it. Okay. Yeah, let's get to it. So, fun fact about this page that I have, if you would notice, there are textures to it. Why are there textures to it? Well, because it's a scan that I've done. So it's a scan of an A4 sheet of paper that I had, and now I'm going to increase its texture. Overlay, let's create an overlay for that. Maybe a hard light or a vivid light, I don't know. Oh, it's a competition now. Sure, man. I'd be happy to see what you come up with. Alright, I think vivid light is a good option for this. Yes, sir. There you go. Then we could tweak it accordingly. There you go. Then we could create a new layer and then turn that into multiply, perhaps. Lighten, I guess. I don't know. Overlay, maybe. Or we could increase the levels for this. There you go. Oh, my bad. My bad. There you go. And then turn it into multiply, I guess. And then turn it into, get rid of the saturation. What the fuck am I doing? Lighten, overlay, difference, color dodge, dark, linear burn. Yeah, linear burn looks good. So that we get that texture effect. There you go. And then we lock this. There you go. So you can't draw on it. Nice. Then we can draw under it. And let's see what happens. Como lo bebe lolo, como lo bebe lolo, como lo bebe, como lo bebe, como lo bebe, mueve lolo. So, since yeah, so anyways, all right, so the idea that I have in mind is Mark III is looking down. Let's just fix the perspective as we go. So, since we're working on the larger canvas, I'm gonna turn off my second viewport right now. I'm gonna correct this because the proportions are not correct. So I have no other references for this. This is just me eyeballing this. So currently, I'm also checking YouTube comments. I am not looking at the Facebook comments. I'm just looking at the YouTube comments as of the moment. So we're going to rough up how I would like this to look. We're going to flip the canvas, and there you go. We're starting to see the issues at hand. So I'm not thinking about the armor or anything. Again, I like to draw my characters with just the fundamentals of the body. Nothing more, nothing less. So the feet underneath should be visible. There you go. So should this under part. So should this here. I know that the lines aren't clean, at least not yet. And then we must make sure that this lower part is also properly illustrated. There you go. And then we clean this up too and turn it into squares, because squares are much far easier to think of three-dimensionally. At least that's what I've found. Maybe some people have a better a chance at working with circles, but at least what I've come to find is that squares are much readable for me. So we create cubes, we hide what needs to be what needs to be hidden. We present parts of the angle accordingly. There you go. So now I'm starting to think about the logistics of the armor just a little bit, just a tiny bit, not fully. And I know that we'll be making corrections in a bit because I will be using a 3D software. It's just a browser. I think it's ML Pose or something like that. I forget what it is called, but it has been my friend in just grabbing a human figure and being able to visualize it, to use something to have as an extra visualization. If I had a more muscular body, I'd probably just take photos of myself, but sadly, I have not toiled in that department. All right, so I can see that the head is showing a little too much and that the torso is protruding a little too forward, so we have to hide it a little bit there. There you go. So if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask. So I know that I'm capable of this. I'm not going to presume mastery because there's still so much that I want to make easier for me. And that's another reason that I'm doing this stream, is so that I have a better chance at doing these illustrations without much thought. And I think the only way to be able to do that is to push myself. And a little off topic, I guess, but I was I was preparing to clean earlier because I cleaned the apartment. And I just bumped into this video essay about art grifters. People who talk about I make X amount of money with my art. I make $10,000 and so on and so forth. I won't name names of the YouTubers, but it's quite easy to look for them if you gave effort to it. And I'm not here to speak ill of anybody, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't want to teach things that I don't know how to do. I don't want to claim anything that I'm not. So for example, like I've made money in my art. That's true. I've made a few $1,000s with my art. But I'm not claiming to know fully how to make things work. There's a great comment that I saw in one of those videos where it was about it's quite difficult to reach down and help people who are standing on a platform above you. And that quite resonated with me because that's something that I don't want to do. I want to be honest. I want to be transparent about what can be transparent, about what can be made transparent. But I'm not going to pretend to know everything, especially when it comes to the business. I am figuring things out as I go, and I think the best way to demonstrate my skills and knowledge is to just do it. Literally the Nike ad, just do it. Just work, do the work, gain the people, let the work speak for you. And the other things that you could talk about is probably just the techniques of art, the techniques of mastering everything. And I think that is far more important than bloating your content. And when I say your content, I'm referring to myself, than bloating my content with artificial how to do XYZ. Because sometimes I'm just so tempted to create material that, oh hey, this is how I do this, this is how I do that, when I know that I'm also still just figuring things out. So yeah, this is the pose that I'm doing. It's extremely rough as compared to how I the final look that my illustrations usually have. So this is the idea, is that Iron Man is looking down. At least one of his suits is looking down. There you go. Let's put the arc reactor. So let's quickly view Facebook if there are any comments. It seems that there are no comments on Facebook right now. That's fine. It's just my own comments. So I'm going to create a new layer. And this is for generating. Wow, what a beautiful word. Yeah. The AI bros have really hijacked that term. So what we're going to try to do is figure out where the perspective is coming from. So, because there's supposed to be a floor here, at least Iron Man is standing on the ledge right here, and we're going to try and figure out what the angle is. So the trick is to look for points that we could turn into squares, and then from there we could triangulate what the perspective is. For example, here, and then here, here, and then here. I'm guessing that the perspective is somewhere around here. That's how low of an angle we are. So we're looking right up at his balls. I'm quite vulgar right now. I apologize for that. All right, so that's one. We'll find the corrections as we go. And then the second one, the second idea that I had in mind is if we have one of his suits of armor here, his other suit of armor, I was thinking is maybe we could approach this as a triangle of composition. So again, if we're gonna look for the final piece, then we have his one suit standing here, perhaps like that. He's standing on a ledge. There you go. There you go. Again, extremely rough. Why am I drawing the lines on the same layer? I think we should put the lines on a different layer. There you go. And then since we're looking up, when we look up, everything turns into a triangle like this. So looking up turns your perspective into this. So the straight lines just turn into curves like that. And if it's a wall, it's like that. So it's like your ceiling is like this, and blah 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 blah. So yeah, so we're gonna imagine that this is a 3-foot wide kind of thingy, and this is the platform that Tony Stark is standing on. There you go. So I think my mistake in sketching this right away is going for the body rather than thinking about the square in which he is residing in. So, but right now, I think we've come to figure it out. So it's going to be like this. All right, so let's delete this side here. So if this is around 3 feet, that means that the next one, so let's just create a, what is a good perspective. So there you go. Then that means that if this is 3 feet here, right? So we, in wanting to identify where this next one is, that means we're going to need to create a middle portion. There you go. And from here, we create a line that intersects like this. And this becomes the area for our next next width. There you go. So this is our next 3 feet point. So this is relatively 3 feet. So this is relatively 3 feet, 3 feet, and somewhere 3 feet here. So that is our perspective. Yeah. So I don't know if I'm making much sense, because but yeah. Alright, so we want to try and balance this out, make it look more pleasing to the eye, because we're going to be generating our perspective in this manner. So I also have additional tools for perspectives. I have a perspective tool that I had bought a few, at this point it's been years now. And where is that marquee tool? It's not marquee, I mean line tool. There you go. So first is we create a line that goes like this. Oh my god. That goes like this. Then we press control, and then we have another line that goes like this. Oops, my bad. Oops, my bad. A line that goes like this. Oops, my bad. This is proving far more difficult than I had expected. There you go. And then from there, we can create a grid. Oh, 2 wrong layers are selected. Oh my god. What layer are we creating? Oh, so we have to create a new layer. I'm so sorry. Grid. There you go. There you go. All right, so we have this quickly, and we have to create a new layer for commanding this this thingy here, the vertical one, the standing one. And I think we should get the tighter part. Nope. We should get the middle part. There you go. And then the other side, and then let's see how accurate our thinking is. Because sometimes I'm not confident with myself. There you go. Nice. Very nice. So now we could delete that, and we have our perspective grid. This is what it looks like. And we can even change the color for one of them. So we can turn one of them red, and then we can turn the other one also red. Turn it green. There you go. But of course, it's not yet finished. What we have to do is to try and understand where the square, if this is the horizontal line, and this is the, if this is the, I'm so sorry, if this is the x-axis and this is the z-axis, we have to think of the y-axis, right? The forward axis, the three-dimensional axis. And right now, I don't know where it is. So I think it's probably going to be like this and this. At least that's how I am envisioning it. I could be wrong right now, but we could try. So this is, nope, that is too tight. There you go. I think that is far more realistic. All right. And so let's see how this would look once we build the perspective. And I told myself that I would just doodle, but now I'm building perspectives. Wow, I just shot myself in the foot. There you go. And then the other one is going to be like, oopsie, there you go. So let's see how this is going to be generated. I'm building this taste for that word. There you go. All right, so we have our 3 axes, and I'm not talking about Germany, Japan, and Italy. I'm talking about the 3-dimensionality of things. All right, so there you go. So now we could turn off our guide sketch, and we have a 3D space in which we could orient our characters, and we could group this up together and then lock this. And so now we can safely draw anywhere we want, and we have proper guides to help distill the information that we are doing. I hope that makes sense. Excuse me. So that means that our horizon line, our flattest line, is somewhere here. Somewhere here. This is where the eye level is. There you go. That's where the person is starting to look up from. That's where the head is. So what I want to do is I'm trying to imagine a person, or at least the camera, seated down. So it's from a seated position. That means that everything else is slightly above the chest, right? So if you're seated down, a person's chest is around your eye level. That means, I mean, that's when a person stands up. They're somewhere above your eye level. That's what I'm trying to say. So in that case, a person's abdomen is probably going to be here. It's probably going to be here. And then when that person stands up, it's probably going to be like this, and then their chest is like that. And then their head is probably going to be here. That's what it's going to look like. Especially if they're directly in front of you. And that's kind of the idea that I had in mind for Iron Man, because I kind of want him to be here, like that. So he's kind of hunched over. And let's move him here towards the center part. And let's zoom out. And he's just maybe putting on a suit, or at least that's the idea. Again, we're just doodling, so, and this is the problem when I try to approach huge compositions like this. Like, I'm aware that my mind can handle three-dimensionality only so much starting from a blank page, and that's why I use 3D software for such endeavors like this. And I think the problem is because I'm tilting the head down too much. And then we must reintroduce that tilt. There you go. Okay, that works better. Then we could probably put this suit armor here. Nope. He belongs there on the other side. So how many... So we've been streaming for roughly 30 minutes of sketching, because I kind of dialogued for 30 minutes. And maybe the other suit of armor is somewhere here behind him. I don't know, at least that's the idea. All right, so I'm really having an internal battle right now. I'm not sure if I should proceed with this or if I should just draw Iron Man in a specific pose and make it a little easier on myself. Oh, maybe we should do that. Yeah, let's just do that. I'm giving up on this right now. And let's just say that I have failed myself. Yeah. So let's just try again. I'm gonna go about with my standard soft brush. I'm going to take Iron Man's pose of him pushing forward into the canvas. Oops, that is a little too big. But I kind of like that. I honestly kind of like that. So let's stick with that. There you go. And we must not forget the clavicle, because sometimes when we draw the human body, we forget the clavicle. These are also the parts where I honestly just want to tune out and not talk at all. Because these are the parts where, like, my mind starts to become extremely noisy. And I just want to be as efficient as I can. And sometimes one of the best ways for me to do that is to start playing music and to just start maybe playing a podcast or something. And I'm trying to fight that. Mm, what's the right word for that? So like even right now, like I'm trying to look for a word while I'm trying to figure out the anatomy of the human body. So it's, you know, additional brain power. Maybe that's why some artists just want to isolate. Maybe some artists are more effective when they're just quiet, because I certainly feel that. And this is not a criticism, this is just an observation. And I'm not saying that it's wrong to be quiet while you're drawing. In fact, I think that it's a requirement sometimes with the kind of work that we do. So here, I'm going to grab that image of Iron Man that I'm currently using. Here. There you go. Then why are you talking if your best is when you listen to music? I enjoy talking with you too, but I'm here to see you art. Aw, thank you, man. I don't know, I guess it's just the frustration of being my best or pushing myself. And just, I don't know. Alright, so here we must remember that the torso is once again a rectangle. So let's not focus on the arms just yet, because it is hiding the angle of things. There you go. I think that we have been able to get that right. And then a second rectangle right around here, because we have to think in three dimensions. And then another one here. This is before we bring back the muscles. There you go. Alright, I'm going to check Facebook comments really quickly, if there's anybody there. I don't see anybody there, so let's go back to YouTube. And so the chest puffs up forward, and Let's push him here. So I'm thinking if I should make him, if we should have the camera from the ground or from above. So if we're gonna have him, he is hunching down, but I'm not sure if I want to give him what do you call that? A much scarier look, like as though he's looming over us like a Pacific Rim robot, or if we're going to have him kind of look up more like with a wolf-like effect. I may still change this and grab some 3D references, but I kind of just want a free flow, you know. I really, as much as I enjoy and need the references, because I think that it helps my work be as accurate as it can be, I also don't want to crutch myself to it. And I'm not saying that references act as crutches. That's really not what I'm saying. It's just that I want to push myself a little bit. And I love how the original artist for this did this panel. I'm so tempted to pull off something like this. Like, just push his arm forward. Like that. But I'm not sure if that's how my ideation, because mine is slightly like his shoulder is pushing forward here, as opposed to here. I think the original sketch is more of like sideways. Yeah, he's more sideways in this rendition, something like that. It's a slightly off angle, so I don't want to copy that directly. I want to still stick to the mechanics of perspective according to the pose that I've selected. And let's see how we can translate this. Kind of has a, I just realized it kind of has a boxer's positioning here. And I was doing some research on the original Iron Man comics, and it seems that he knows how to speak Vietnamese, German, and Russian, because of course it was the Cold War. And it just saddens me that we never got to see Tony Stark doing that. Like, he was smart, yes, but I think he was just like engineering smart and not everything else smart. And so it was a surprise to me. It was a wonderful surprise that the original Tony was kind of like a Renaissance individual. Even before he got his powers and armor. So partly that's kind of what I want to try, and I know that I won't be able to explore everything. I'm aware of that. Because of course this is just an image. And what am I saying? So here I think we have to try and acknowledge his center of gravity. So I think that's also what this cover does really, really well. There's that sense of forward motion that Tony is doing here. And I think that's what's missing from my current sketch right now, which we'll try to remedy. We'll try to remedy this. Ah, I realize what my sketch is missing is that twist. There's a twist that his body is doing. That. Oh, I see, I see. All right, so we're learning as we go. We are learning as we go. The more I look at this piece, the more I actually like it. And I'm not talking about mine, okay? I'm talking about the original. It's old, but it's, oh man, it's really cool. There you go, I think. I think I got a better grasp of it now. But we have to push the other leg forward too. Or at least that's the idea. Maybe slightly pushing down. And have him lean on this, on his left leg. Something like that. Alright, so this is what it looks like so far. Some parts are off with the perspective. I'm aware of that. I also realize that there is this fantastic lean that the original armor does here. Let's get a good color that's readable. He does this angle. Meanwhile, mine does this. Interesting. So it does this angle like this with his shoulders, so he's pulling back as though he's about to punch. Meanwhile, the torso remains regulated here. So that's kind of what's missing in my version. Interesting. So let's see if we could try and add that back in. So let's select the arm and then the other arm. So let's delete it. More like cut it and then paste it back before we resketch this torso area, because I think I'm already liking how I did this lower part. I'm already fond of this. But then one thing I've realized, fondness isn't always the best go-to when you're working on something. Because that's just going to be self-indulgence. Like when you don't want to delete something because you love it too much and you're not assisting yourself, you're not helping yourself correct yourself and do better. I don't think that's a good trait to have. So I try to practice that if something doesn't look good, I want to prepare myself to delete it if ever it is needed. Like if it's not if it's not benefiting the work that I'm doing, then goodbye. I'm gonna remove it. And I think it's helped me a lot over the years. I think the term some people used for it is kill your darlings, which is not a good thing to say in real life. So let's, there you go. So we just rotated it and then we move this one here. There you go. All right, now time to use generative AI. This video was sponsored to you by ChatGPT. I am going insane. Okay, if you heard a crack, that was my head. I'm not satisfied with the way I'm handling this leg position. I really am not. It's bugging me. It is truly bugging me. Let's delete it. This one is a little too elongated. It's pushed much too forward. Ah, I see. Too big. There you go. There you go. That's much better. There you go. That is much, much better. So, apart from the tics of insanity, I hope that the things that I'm saying actually share something of value. Because I'm trying to make this educational one way or another. Like, I'm trying to demonstrate that I'm learning from my mistakes. That I don't arrive at drawings with immediate perfection. I think that's an impossible thing. And so I think this is where a comic book-ness comes into play. So I'm not sure if I should shrink his head, because if you would notice, almost all Iron Man armors in the MCU all of them really won't be able to fit a human head in. That's just the truth. And even the shoulders are far too wide that it would break a person's arms. But it does look cool, though. It does look, and again, it's a comic book movie, so I'm not looking for full comic book accuracy. But what I do like about these original Iron Man suits is they weren't bulky. They're almost closer to um they're almost closer to Robert Pattinson's Batman, truth be told, in terms of body type. And dude streamed for 7 hours yesterday. Yes, I do sleep. I sleep more than I'd like. Sometimes I can't sleep though. I literally have insomnia sometimes. And yeah. He sometimes shuts. That is also true. That is also very true. Okay, so let's try to draw this from the other side. Let's try to draw this from the other leg. And see what we can come up with. So here, welcome to the people who have just joined in. We're trying to approach a take on the original Iron Man. Because I have this concept, and I know that I'll probably never be able to bring this to fruition, but it just kind of hit me like, if I had the reins to Marvel right now, and they're having a terrible time and all of these things, they're trying to reinvent everything. Like, I don't know, at least, or maybe if I was given a chance to write a Marvel comic, I'd probably do it in the setting of the 60s and the 70s. I think I'd lock the story in that timeline, and it's not some alternative history. No, it's our 70s. And Iron Man really got his armor from the what do you call that? From the Vietnam War. I think that's what I want to do. And then take that setting, take those historical events, and merge it with the concept of the superhero. And so right now I'm just completely changing how the legs are. Because I also kind of want to draw the legs. Both of them. So I'm not sure if we'll be able to touch, because in my announcement I mentioned that I wanted to draw Street Fighter. I've been wanting to draw Street Fighter. There you go. And we are going to flip this, and I would like to see Batman in a private college setting. Why? Why is that something that interests you? I have nothing against it, okay? I'm just curious why that's something that you want to see. So his other leg is a little too big, so we have to shrink it down. There you go. I am quite satisfied with how this is turning out thus far. Let's shrink this down further for proper proportions. Let's widen it up. There you go. There you go. So it's inspired by this original cover. And I think we're gonna try and enlarge the head again. And I was taking a shower earlier, and I was thinking about how this stream is gonna go, and it just dawned on me that we've lost the storytelling of putting on the superhero costume. We've lost that story. What do I mean by this? For example, you're going to attend a birthday party, right? Or you're going to work, or you're going to school. The time it takes for you to take a bath, to choose what shoes to put on, to choose what watch to wear, and so on and so forth. To choose if you're going to be commuting or if you're going to be driving, and the panic that sometimes you're hit when you forget. Oh my God! I wasn't able to bring this. I wasn't able to bring that. So there is a sense of functionality to how we approach dressing up. And if we already have miniature stories and they kind of fill our hearts with suspense that we want to get this right, why not do the same thing with superhero costumes, especially for a character like Iron Man? His villains could be good, worse professors. They did for Iron Man. Iron Man armored adventure one at Batman, because it wouldn't be interesting as Batman first became Batman as he grew older. Interesting. I don't have a comment on that. I'm not sure what to make of that idea. I I wasn't able to see Iron Man Armored Adventures. I did see a lot of it, like advertisements about it growing up. It was plastered all over YouTube. And I guess my tastes are just a little different. I don't want it to be interesting. I want it to be different. There's something crucial about that statement, and I think that it's an interesting thought to go about. I think there is a difficulty that can result from simply wanting something to be different. If we approach something and have no other consideration, but yeah, I want this to stand out and I want it to be different, but then it's not purposeful, then I think you'll start to have problems, and that's going to be troubling both for you as you develop the story and for the audience as they're trying to appreciate the story. Because if you write something and you make something look different and it has no human basis, it has no experiential basis, then you're going to alienate people. No one's going to watch the show. No one's going to read it. And I'm not saying that everything should be for the modern audience or something like that. In fact, I'm requesting that things should be written in such a way that they are different, but they adhere to universal truths. They adhere to factors of society that people understand, no matter if they come from a Western culture or an Eastern culture, or whether if it's something that is played today or 5 years from now. Like, you could still rewatch the first Iron Man film and it still is a blast. It still is amazing because it takes truths that exist then, that existed in the 1970s, and traits that exist now. It's about a person with power who realizes that he could do so much more with that power. And he just so happens to be able to wield that power as a cool ass red and gold suit. He did have college experience in the Gotham show. Yep. I like the different point of view in Gotham. The last season was turf 4. I couldn't like it. I found it difficult to get into Gotham, honestly. I tried to watch the first full season. I remember really grasping at it, but it was just Mm, like I could feel the budget restraints left and right, and also I could feel like they could move the plot forward so many times, but they just didn't want to. They wanted to hold on to. They wanted to do it Smallville, I guess, but without the charm that Smallville had. Sure, Smallville took 10 seasons before Clark even became Superman. Like he was what? The what was he? The Blur? Am I remembering correctly? He was the Blur for since season 6, I think, onwards to season ah uh, Smallville was my childhood. So yeah, I think Gotham did not have the same charm that um Smallville had. And that's why I couldn't get into it. And it was bizarre seeing all of Batman's villains essentially being older than him. Okay, I think we have been spending so much time. Arrow was good in first seasons. I definitely agree with that. There are some scenes in the next seasons that still stand out. Some really great fight scenes, but everything else, oh my god. Uh the first few seasons were great. I'd even argue that the first few seasons of Arrow are better than the first few seasons of The Flash. Despite me being a Flash guy, I love Flash, and so when I watched The Flash in college, I would rewatch scenes of it because it was like, oh, this is the first time super speed is being done in live action. It was I was just I was in love with it. But in hindsight, I think the first seasons of Arrow aged better than the first few seasons of The Flash. At least that's just my taste on this. So this Iron Man seems to have the build of a boxer. Arrow started to sail while Flash was getting better. What are my thoughts on that? Flash started losing me, especially when it started to turn into We Are the Flash. And they kind of lost the idea that this is Barry's story. It turned into what's her name? What's his fiance's name? His girlfriend's name? Who started to take over, and he just kept swallowing the notion that yeah, this person is correct, I'm wrong, I'm just the guy running, it's everybody else who's smarter than me, and I am not the Flash, but we are the Flash. That I couldn't take that anymore. That was truly difficult writing to stomach. Okay. All right, I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna head into Pose, the application that I just brought up, and I'm going to redo this pose in that application. And then I shall try to see how I could improve this pose even more. Because my OCDC is acting up. My brain is liking this, but another part of my brain is saying no. Barry has more synergy with Mark Hamill's villains than Iris. Oh, fair, fair, fair. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Legs and shoulders. We shall see. We shall see. I'm going to imitate this in the pose, and then I'm still gonna keep on streaming. I'm going to try and see if I could stream this, so that you guys can also see what I'm looking at. Where is it? Window capture. Pose. There you go. There you go. Is that visible? All right. So in case the screen is a little dark, it's because of HDR. My screen is in HDR. So that's why the colors are muddy. So this is what I use for a lot of my projects. It's not as robust as crafting your own 3D guy with a proper rig on something like Blender, but it's easy to pop up and to just start working on. So that's why I've been using it for a very long time. It's saved me with a lot of projects. So this is called this is called Magic Poser. So if you're an artist and you want to have a quick reference for things, this is something that I could truly recommend. It helps you, and the thing is, as with everything, don't trust it too much. For example, there are ways in which it folds the body parts that isn't really accurate, so you have to be careful about that. So there are some things that you yourself have to be knowledgeable, and that's when you get other references and figure it out from there. So I probably will get a boxer reference as well. So his shoulders seem to be really raised. There you go. And I think I think that's also another issue. My camera is placed a little too high like this, and well, not really, because this also kind of works. Because I think the original comic book, the perspective is squashed like this. Yes, I think that's what's happening. The perspective in original comics are really squashed. They're not like some more recent comics where they really blast the perspective like this with a wide angle. They're almost always with a 50 mm lens or a 75 mm lens. High focal lenses back in the day. Unlike now, we use a lot of 35 mm. And what do I mean by this? Try rewatching Superman. That's shot in 35, even higher, even smaller, even wider. I mean. So, but since this is, we're gonna try and balance this out. There you go. I like the pulled perspective. There you go. There you go. Now I'm starting to see what my mistake was. There's a sense of relaxation in the sketch that I did. Like, sure, the pose does convey a sense of urgency, but it's a lackluster pose, I guess. And I think we should twist this. It's a much more natural position. And we're gonna push the hips forward. And we are going to lower his gait so that we could lift up his other leg further. So from an animation perspective, this is kind of like well, what's the right term for this? This is loading up. And we could pull this in. There you go. And the good thing with using 3D is that you could, even though you're gonna shoot it, quote unquote, you're gonna shoot it from one angle only, you could turn it around and see how it looks from various perspectives. And so this helps you with the three-dimensionality of all of it, especially the volume there. Like here, this is not a realistic pose from this angle. So that means that from this perspective, it's not a good angle either. At least that's how I program my mentality of things. I try to make it look good in as many angles as possible because it helps tell me, it helps instruct me. So if you're here, if you've ever played basketball or did martial arts, that's another point that you could use to guide you in how to maneuver the human body. So here from a top perspective, we could think about it as though he's doing a jiu-jitsu crawl. And here, look, this is a good pose to do. There, that's a very good pose. And in fact, we could lean him a little more forward. And I think that is what was missing from my original sketch. And then we could pull him for, oh my god. Oh my god. There you go. There you go. I think that's what the original comic book also had that mine didn't. It's that sense of forwardness. Like he's just really barreling through that wall. And it's amazing. That is what was missing from my interpretation, from my quick doodle. So here we could tighten the leg here, and now this is much closer to a football gait. There you go. And then we could lift this up a little bit, push this forward here. There you go. That's much closer. And then there you go. So he's kind of pausing here. There you go. He's kind of making a turn. But I am still considering if we should go much closer to the comic book, in which he is, I think, the center of gravity is more like this. He's really pushing forward, but I kind of like this better. There you go. All right. And so we select the lighting. We change the lighting up. Let's rotate it. Let's try to find something that is dramatic. Oh, I think this is quite dramatic. Nice. Very nice. Maybe change the angle because we are now going to take the screenshot. A lower angle, or should we go for an angle like this? Should we go for a more comic book shot like this? Oh, let's see. We also should be careful of tangents. What about we pull this arm down here. Too tight. It looks like he's grabbing his wiener. That's why I honestly want to invest in Hot Toys or in art figures or any one of those. Because and I think I just have to be quite picky with which ones that I get. But I truly want to be able to study actual costumes, and I think that's the closest we could get as consumers. Okay, let's lower it a little bit, lower his head a little bit. What if we lift it up? Nah, that looks like he's an old guy. There's more energy in this. There's more bubbling energy in this. There you go. I am really liking this. I am really liking how this is turning out. Okay, let's turn this around. See what happens. Is there more dramatic lighting that we could use? There you go. There you go. So the reason I'm going for this angle is because you get a good look at his shoulders, you get a good look at his legs, both of his arms, and we are going to take a screenshot. There you go. And then we are now going to go back to our Photoshop. So this is a quick comparison of the sketches. There you go. Instead of trying to replicate how it looked in the reference, which is over 50 years old, I would like to see how an artist in today's day and age potentially would have done the same picture. That's technically the experiment and study that I'm doing here. So that's why I try to draw it on my own first with just the original one, trying to capture the energy that I think I feel from the picture. And this is the first sketch that I came up with. But after tweaking in my head, I realized that it doesn't have the sensibilities, I guess, that I have, which has been built up over time, over countless of comic books, and not just comic books, but also manga, not just manga, but also martial arts films, and not just martial arts films, but also science fiction, I guess. And so combining them together, that's why I decided to really. I wanted not to do it, but I thought that I think it's the best course of action to translate it with a 3D model first. And then from there, now we are going to try and illustrate this. So, goodbye, sketch. So I'm aware that is what you're doing, but you did just mention that out loud for potential VOD watchers. Oh, thank you. Okay. I just did not mention that out loud for potential V. Oh, that's true. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So yes, that is what I'm doing. I am trying to um bring to life this original Marvel Mark 3 illustration with more modern sensibilities without completely stripping it, hopefully, of its original identity. There, I hope that I was able to frame that much more cleanly. Okay, so a bit of drowsiness is starting to hit, so I don't know. I hope to be able to draw more, but let's see how far that my body can take me. Alright, so this is something that I taught my students back in university. So when I teach them sketches, something that I try to do is try to uh, analyze the angles in which the body is. Oh my god, I'm painting exactly. There you go. That's better. So one thing that I was teaching them is how to understand figures. And so, for example, here, there could essentially be a straight line that goes down his head, and then the intersection is just before his waist. And that's if you follow the lines of his face in parallel. But if you do it with the square technique, in which you just draw straight lines from position to position, then we get to discover that you could pretty much segment his body into 4 sections. 4 sections. Horizontally, that is. So the first section is his leg. The second is his thigh and his head. The third consists of his entire body. And then the fourth one is his waist and his arms. So that's one way you could look at this. So as you're doing the sketching after, because I am so tempted to trace this, but I almost never do. It's only when I'm out of time and I'm doing a client project and the deadline is coming and yada yada yada. That's the only time that I kind of want to, okay, let me just, for this one figure, after I've already done like 6 figures, okay, I'm gonna trace this one. But almost always I still make modifications to the sketch that I did, because as much as I love the result of this pose that I've done, it's still not enough, I guess. It's still not representative of how I want the final image to look. As well, I think it's better training if you look at an image and then draw from there rather than simply tracing over it. And I'm not saying that tracing is truly a problem, especially if you're doing studies. It's only a problem if you trace something and then publish it. I think that is a terrible thing to do. But if it's just going to be for yourself and you want to figure out how things go, I think trace to your heart's content. But then do not restrict yourself simply to tracing. Always push forward, always learn and understand why it is that you're tracing. Alright, I've spent a lot of time on YouTube, so I'm going to check Facebook if there are any comments. No comments on Facebook. I think people on Facebook are asleep right now. So before I started the stream, the idea that I initially had in mind before I even started any of this is just to draw Iron Man's head and torso. That's it. Kind of like a Dave Raposa piece. People on Facebook are in retirement or in the grave right now. Wow, you just called me old. Oh, that's true. That's true. A lot of it's mostly old people who are on Facebook, and I am. I do have an age. That much is true. All right, so back to our theory. We could draw a line here, and here, and here, and here, and here. It's the same theory that we applied earlier. Oops. Como lo ve bebe lo, como lo ve bebe lo. And so, based on our theory, we could now match things together. So what was that? What was the lines again? So here, it's actually here. Somebody is fighting Rick right now, and it is an amazing thing to behold. So I apologize if the stream is mostly just lackluster lines right now and there's nothing rendered. Part of me wanted not to stream this, truth be told. Part of me wanted to just stream when I already had a lot of the elements in place and I didn't need to do all of this figuring out. But I realize that I think it's kind of fun and it's also kind of eye-opening to show as well the more boring parts of illustration, and perhaps even to show what it takes before we get to the beautiful parts. Because right now, like, there's a part of my body that's telling me you should quit the stream, you know, like, stop it, get some help. Like, I'm feeling it in my bones right now. Like, go to sleep. That's what my body is telling me. End the stream. But I also want to get this somewhere that I'm happy about. So as I'm sketching this, I am not thinking about Iron Man in any one bit. I'm thinking about the nature of the human body. I'm thinking about forms. I will only introduce the concept of Iron Man much later in my head. I do this with almost all characters, if not all. Let's flip it. These are the moments when I wish that there was a uh, snooze button in the human body where you could just click on it and your regular mind shuts down. All of your frustration is gone, all of your considerations are gone, and you're just in it and you don't care. You don't care how it looks at the moment. You're not affected by, hey, I gotta make this look good, and you're just in the zone. And I know that that does happen, but sometimes I wish that it would happen much sooner. And you don't, and sometimes I wish that you don't need to have your body fight yourself. I don't know if this is just me, so part of me feels that I'm rambling and I'm just starting to make myself look like a crazy person. So to the people here on stream, to the people who do draw, I wonder if you guys have similar sentiments, if ever. Do you guys ever feel that? Like you feel like you're fighting yourself? Like you want a lot of things at the same time? You want to rest. You want to watch another you finish the artwork while another you is just enjoying watching the process, while another you is resting in bed, while another you is having a good meal. I don't know. It's a cool idea. It's an impossible fantasy. It's a crazy sounding thought. But it is a thought that constantly is in my mind. And this is a bit on the, what do you call it, philosophical, cosmic, maybe territory of discussion, but do you guys ever think that you are in conversation with your past self and your future self at any given moment? That the thoughts that you have will be heard by you a couple of days from now or even a couple of years from now, and you could hear yourself arguing with the decisions that you're making, especially if it's crucial decisions. Or is that just me? I did when I was younger, but then I grew up and learned to listen to my body, knowing it would be the best to do, especially when you have a fiance and family that may need you awake. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But I guess concerning the realities of my life, producing art is not just a desire, it's also a need, as much as sleep is a need. Because producing art leads me to hopefully attract clients who get to see the way I do things. And after I get to attract clients, then of course I gain money so that I could provide for said family. And so as much, and I do sleep, but when I do sleep, I am hit like a truck, sometimes by regret and frustration and just the idea that I should have done more. I should have done more. I should have. And so today is, I guess, an example of me trying to alleviate those frustrations. I'm on the opposite side of Rick due to my age. I should be listening to my mind and less my body to do and finish shits. Because it ain't nobody doing it for me. I guess we could say that I'm stuck in the middle of that. I'm stuck in between Rick and Mart Dink. Am I saying your name correctly? I apologize if I'm not saying your name correctly. Sure, but you cannot provide for your family if you overdo your body so much that it breaks completely. I'm aware of that. I guess that's why, despite me feeling a little drowsy, I'm aware that I could still push myself a little bit. Maybe for a few more, maybe for 30 more minutes. And then I just want to get this piece to a certain level and then end the stream by then. So right now, while I still have energy, I still have voice, I still have the capacity to draw and think, despite these notions that I have in mind, then I'd like to dink. Dinch. Dinch. Is it dinch? Yes, Daddy, it is correct. Dinch. You're welcome, son. So if Rick is old and I'm old, how young are you then? Or is that an intrusive thing to say? "28. Dude, you're roughly my age, man. How old did you think I was? Adjusting as we go. So I think we should scrunch this. Being married is goddamn years old in my book. At least 35. Hmm. Interesting. I apologize. I went silent again for a quick bit. I think I'm just really getting into the flow of this. I'm not married, man. Not yet. There's something raised about the sketch that I don't think I'm getting properly. Alright, let's try and compare this sketch of ours to the reference that we have in mind. So I'm going to duplicate it, I'm going to shrink it, and we'll see how close we got without any... Oh, we are pretty close. Damn, we are pretty close. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is pretty close. Holy shit. God damn, that was pretty close. Okay, so it's just the head that is a little stupid right now. Larger. Head down. Larger. And I think it is the way the eyes are situated. What the fuck is going on? What happened to my brush? What happened to my brush? Why did it change all of a sudden? What? Why did my brush change? Where is my eraser brush? Oh my god, my brush has changed. Right, done with art for the day. I DM'd you my progress. Alright, let me go check it out. Ooh. Interesting. Okay, I think this is the part. I think I'm quite satisfied with the overall pose. But I think this is the part where I should start sketching out things that are beyond the sketch itself. And there are still parts of this that I'm not... That is true, that is true. I think there are still parts that... I think it's the three-dimensionality of things that are biting at my brain, that are chewing at my brain. Or the lack of three-dimensionality. It's that sense of pushing forward into the screen. I think that's what my sketch is missing out on. It's a pretty good base you were able to craft, Rick. I'm excited to see how that will turn out. You could read the shapes really well right away. There you go. Okay, alright. So one point that I'd like to demonstrate right now, or at least talk about, is the fact that I was not... I was sketching the lines, sure, but I was not thinking about them in a three-dimensional manner. For example, here, this little area here, I did not add into my original attempt, which prevented my mind from registering that, oh, that's a 3D protrusion. So I think that's something that would be great to keep in mind when you're drawing. You're starting to feel, as I did, that things aren't working, because I always love to have a sense of foreshortening, especially if it's a push and pull. There you go. I think that's working much better, even ever so slightly. Let's put ears. Let's put his ears back again so that we could imagine how his head is tilted downwards. Because I think that is one of the most important parts that makes us imagine where a character's gaze is positioned. And the higher a pair of ears are, that means the lower the look of the character is, the lower his head is. So that's a good rule to keep in mind. So that's why if we look at the Freeran angle, the elf that was drawn, as she's looking up into the sky, her ears are very low because she is tilting her head, and so all of her features start to rise up. But since the ear is aligned with, is on the side of the head, and it's around the point of rotation, then that means that it twists, it relocates, and it moves downward. I hope that I'm able to explain that properly. I think I'm running out of steam. My brain is running out of steam. There you go. There you go. I also realized that since I was paying too much attention to the the shapes that I forgot about, the muscles and the points, the flexor points, and the tension that the body creates. And that's why I was having such a hard time uh registering the three-dimensionality of things. There you go. Oh my god, finally. After more than 2 hours and 30 minutes of stream. Well, not necessarily, because I did some talking, and I did do a first sketch that I did not like. So it wasn't entirely a full 2 hours and 30 minutes of drawing nothing. I wish I was faster. So at least I am aware now of where I could have worked better. I did want to prepare for the stream, and when I say prepare, like get these early stages out of the way and then just start rendering Iron Man, but I was cleaning the house. Yay! 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 I sound like a kid. Oh, there you go. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. We have our sketch. Let's just draw a quick Iron Man. An extremist Iron Man. Just a quick test. Yeah, that works. All right, goodbye. I'm just kidding. Great work. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, a guy just commented on me asking if I do all of my work for my digital artists page, and I was like, yeah, I'm literally streaming right now. How do I share my Facebook stream? Copy link. Alright, where were we? Okay, so this is the pose that we've resulted in. There's some aspects to it that I still want to fix, especially this shoulder here. But I think if we spend more time on this rather than uh jumping into the actual character elements, which is the suit, I think we'll be wasting time. So here, oops, my bad. There you go. And I think we should lower this. Like so. There you go. So if we look at the sketch, not the sketch, if we look at the reference here, there's a sense of his shoulder going in that direction. It's like it's chambered. It's not really present here in my version, and I'm trying to understand why. Like, the shoulder is in its proper position, but it doesn't feel like it's locking up a punch. I can't put my finger on it. What am I doing wrong? Is it this? That the bicep is visible? Maybe it is. Alright, let's delete that. Let's try to turn this into red. And then let's try to imagine where the arm is gonna go. So we have the arm here. And so where is shoulder should droop down a bit lower. Okay, let's see. Shoulder should droop down a little bit lower. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Fresh eyes. Okay. Okay. That may solve things. Let us see. Or is the head too small? I think the head is too small. What's going on? Why can't I draw anything? Oh, there you go. Oops, my bad. The arm should go here. And then the elbow should be around here. For his hand to be here. I don't know if that fixes this, the problem. Ah, god damn it. Ah, I see the issue now. It's not the fucking shoulder. It's the whole goddamn torso that's off. There you go. There you go. There you fucking go. Also this. It should be more. There you go. There, ha 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 ha. This one too. This should be stretched. Because he's chambering a punch. And the clavicle here should be hidden because he is chambering a punch. There we go. It's not just simply lifting the shoulder up and down. Oh my god. Oh my god, what a eureka moment. Because this is correct, but I was looking at this other shoulder the same way. The same exact way that I was looking at the other one. And that's what was stumping me. There you go. So this chest part should be bigger because it's more compressed. You know, he's flexing his chest. But then this part should be more stretched out across. And this should pump in like this. But then this part should be more relaxed and more stretched out. There we go. That is what was missing. Oh my god. See, this is what you don't experience when you just prompt AI. This is the frustration and the realization and the learning and the experimentation that you don't get to have. There we go. Aw. Aw, I figured it out. It's not visible, but I'm semi-smiling right now. I feel like a happy boy. Now let's erase this Addy Granov head. And then let's extend this. Yeah, me too, Rick. Me too. I'm also tired. It's 3 minutes to 5, and I'm not sure if I should take my rest. I kind of want to because I'm starting to get really drowsy. But I think I finally got the sketch to that pose that I wanted to do without tracing and really understand the directionality of things and give it that energy that I wanted it to have. There you go. Now it's alive. Now we can happily paint it red like Iron Man, center it, center frame it, enlarge it a little bit so that we could have as much detail as we can on this A3 canvas. And now we can take the original sketch and have that as our baseline. But for now, what I think I'd like to do is, before we end the stream, is to add some details that we could finally go for. So, who do you guys think is a good 1970s actor to use as a baseline for Tony Stark? Because I don't want to use Robert Downey. I'm not using Robert Downey. He's our modern Tony Stark. But I want to go for is a more Cold War Tony Stark. That's what I want to go for. Robert Redford. But he's blonde. Black hair. Let's try black hair. Yeah, he's too blonde. But I do like... Huh, you have a point. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. Huh. That is an interesting pair of eyes. I'm gonna try and see if I can find an angle that's closer to the one that I'm going for. Okay. Let's try to find if there are more angles to this. I think Dustin Hoffman's face is a little too long. I think you're correct with Robert Redford. At least my preference leans more towards Robert Redford. There's a sense of smugness to his look, and the way his eyes just pierce into your soul. He got that nerdy billionaire look. Robert Redford has that playboy look, however. Oh, that's true. I think Playboy is a more long-lasting aspect of Tony, especially since it's truth be told, I think he's more of a real Playboy than Bruce Wayne, at least in the comics, because Bruce kind of forgets to be a Playboy. Does that make sense? I think he often forgets to put on that facade, even in the comics. Sure, he does have women by his side, but he doesn't have that smugness to it. Being a playboy isn't the facade. Oh, interesting. Oh, that is true. So I think that's why Robert Redford fits the bill more. So I will have to agree with you on this. And thank you for the recommendation. And the thing is, I don't want to draw the entire face because we'll be covering it up with a mask anyway. It's just that the original Iron Man's eyes were quite visible through the mask right here. And so that's something that I want to capture. And so for this take that I'm doing for Iron Man, I want to give it that uh the Batman 2022 Robert Pattinson effect, where there's a lot of where Robert does a lot of work with his eyes. And so I kind of want to do that here as well. Where is the sketch that I'm doing? Nani? Nani これは? Oh, there you go. So if the MCU solved the problem of showing Robert Downey Jr.'s face. Oh, they're both Roberts. Wow. Robert Redford, Robert Pattinson, Robert Downey Jr. So yeah, so since all the Roberts, since Robert Pattinson's Batman was able to portray Batman's emotions through the eyes, I kind of want to do that here as well. better part of me. I'm only a bird. I'm only a plane. I'm more than a bird. I'm more than a plane. More than some pretty face beside a train. And it's not easy. I wish that I could fall upon my knees, find a way to lie about a home I'll never see. It may sound absurd, but don't be naive. Even heroes have the right to dream. I may be disturbed, but won't you concede? Even heroes have the right to dream, and it's not easy to be up in the way. I really am getting sleepy. So essentially, I'm giving Robert Redford Kubrick stare. Interesting. Here, I am trying my best to set up some uh, form of expression. It's not as complete as I'd like it to be. Obviously, it's not yet finished. And I'm not worrying too much about the likeness right now. Because at least for me, it's something that I believe I could still sculpt my way through. And I don't know how much of the mask will still cover this. All I know is that it will. But at the same time, I want to be able to play around with the visibility of the eyes because they're so important. And so as I am drawing these eyes, I'm also in a way preparing for design. if that makes sense. I don't think we need to draw the nose anymore, because for sure the nose will be covered. And again, I am reverse engineering a person's face at a certain angle because I don't have an exact angle to copy from. And so I'm just trying to imagine how the folds of his face would translate if tilted a little bit forward. How his eyebrows would start to offset and cover the contour of his main eyes. So that's something that I'm also figuring out as I go right now. This other eye is a little too angry, I must admit. So I am shutting down stream. I'm going to watch an episode or two. Alright, man. Thank you for joining the stream. Thanks for spending time here. I wish you a wonderful rest. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for the Robert Redford recommendation. I think it's a very strong recommendation, and I wish to do the concept justice. And I think I'll be headed to bed too in a few minutes. I just want to add some more to this and get it to a degree where I could happily jump on it another day. So have a good night. Thank you. Thanks for being there. So we have the eyes. Pretty happy with it so far. And we're going to try and do some experiments on the overall head itself now. So let's see if we could find Cold War helmets. Or, better yet, Cold War masks. So a lot of them are gas masks. Interesting. If you look up Cold War masks, they're mostly gas masks. And a mask that looks more like what do you call that? The Riddlers. Rather than... Yeah, it's a mask that looks more like the Riddlers, but I think this is the closest to a face mask that is Cold War based, which is quite interesting. Interesting. So let's still use that as a source of inspiration. Everything else is the rounded gas mask effect. Let's see what we can do with this. So here we are now shaping the eyelet while taking into consideration how it affects his eyes. And then we could turn off the eyes again. See? So this is the beauty of being able to work in this manner. And I'm truly not trying to reinvent the wheel. Maybe somebody would look at this and say that, oh, that's been done before. Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to see what my sensibilities would look like if translated into if applied to a character like Iron Man. And I'm trying to see if maybe there's a territory that really hasn't been touched yet before. And if I'm able to capture something along those lines, then I think that's a cool thing to realize. So we've turned off the eyes so that we could view the mask on its own. And if you guys would be able to see my references, there's not a single MCU reference on here. Nothing at all. It's all Robert Redford and then the classic illustrations. So we have to remember that this is still a three-dimensional shape. So that is why we are still trying to sculpt this with that in mind. And I'm not sure if I'll end up with something that is reminiscent of the Marvel versus Capcom Iron Man, because it's starting to look that way, which is quite an interesting thought. Let's try to give him an expression, I guess. And Vietnam masks. Let's see if Tony could have been inspired, because in World War in the original comics, he got abducted in Vietnam and not in Afghanistan. And there are some interesting Cold War designs. Interesting. Here, have a look. So this is a Cold War mask. It slightly looks like an Iron Man mask. And then we have the kind of Riddler look that I was mentioning earlier. And so I think I'd like to use these as jumping points for our Iron Man. I think this should be a little more forward. So this is where we should start sculpting not organically anymore, but three-dimensionally. Oh my god, my English. There you go. There you go. There you go. And let's see what would happen when we start to apply a mask over the mask. And let's turn off everything else with just these layers. So the beauty of this is that I could bring this back. There you go. So now we have an approximation of where we could potentially take this Iron Man concept. So right now, this is just the design, really, and not the functionality. What makes Iron Man amazing is that he is function and form. And again, I'm not trying to approach this from a 2008 perspective. I'm trying to think about how this could be made real in the 1970s. And it seems that a lot of the original Iron Man designs also have some sort of sculpt to it. And so that is what we're going to try and achieve here as well. I also want to try and imagine how this would be worn. And I think I should bring up Robert Pattinson's The Batman. Because I love how that just wraps around his face and kind of looks like a skull as well. I would argue that the difficult thing about Iron Man is that most of his face is obscured and it's just his eyes. But I think that's the challenge that I want to take on. How do I elevate the mask in the same way that Robert Pattinson's does? And I think the solution is in wrapping around. So that's why let's bring this back. The sketch that we did, and I'm going to duplicate the mask that we've done so that we could still keep it, and I'm going to erase these eyes again, and I'm going to try and do what the Batman did, which is to follow the contour of Robert Pattinson's face sculpt. And let's see what we can end up with from there. While still hopefully maintaining the Iron Man feel. So in this case, we're going to try and approach this from a wrap around the skull motif. So in case this looks quite unconventional, that's okay. Because again, I'm not trying to make this look like our more generally accepted Robert Downey look. The goal of this study and redesign is to give it that Cold War aesthetic. What would a man in the 1970s, how would he design his suit? A mechanical suit, which sure does have whirring parts and all of these things. Interesting. Interesting. So we have this version versus this version. Interesting. So this one pushes forward. This one wraps around. Let's see how much further we can take this. There we go. I kind of like this. And then, of course, we just tighten this part right here. Nice. And then let us try to turn that off and hide everything in shadow. Because this version of Iron Man does not have glowing lights. That's something that I noticed from a lot of the comic books. It's all dark eyes, which is so interesting. We're so used to Iron Man's eyes glowing now. But in the previous versions, his eyes were completely engulfed in shadow. It's amazing. It's so cool to see. So that's what we're trying to bring back here. All right, let's turn off Robert Pattinson's Batman, and then let's try to apply some of these uh, motifs from these other references. I like this lower jaw that this mask does. And I like that it kind of has a zipper right here. Not a zipper, a strap. I told myself that I would lie down by 5 p.m., but it's 5:41 now. So let's bring back Batman's face again. And let's test out if we could actually add some more shape to this without losing what makes Iron Man Iron Man. I like the wraparound that the helmet does in the in the like I'm running out of words. And so we'll grab a little bit of that. Let's see if we could extend this a little bit further here. Yes, we can. But that means that we will have to... There you go. So that we don't forget the three-dimensionality of the head. Because I think it's quite important relative to the way he is leaning forward. If we forget about that, I think it's just going to end up looking quite awkward. There you go. There you go. Let's see if we could add a kind of lips. Nope. Looks terrible. About for the bottom part, like a sculpt. Kind of works. Yeah, kind of works. So I think what I should do is to curve this more. Have this push down more. Oops. Bring that up, widen it back again. And then erase these ones on the side. And then bring them back. Slightly wider. Why we did this is so that the face is slightly protruding forward. to take into account the nose. There you go. I do not want him to look too much like Doctor Doom as well, so that's something that I am heavily considering. Oh, excuse me. All right, I think I should grab another reference for Iron Man, which is from another angle. so that I could properly understand how his ears are visible. And it seems that his ears are simply in red as well. Oh yeah, his ears are visible. What am I saying? It seems that some interpretations have the metal simply wrap around Tony's ears, but we'll see what we can do. And if we're just gonna go for the horizontal lines around his skull, I think it's going to be a little boring. So once more, let's see what we can do without overdoing anything. Let's see if we could move this a little bit forward. It's driving me. It's affecting my perspective on things. There you go. And I think that we can remove these lines right here. Although they do help shape out his face. Maybe we should bring them back. So let's see how we'll be able to handle this part of the head. I think this is where hooks like these come into play. But then I also kind of want to just go for a more naturalistic metal effect. Let's see how we could handle this. So I think I'm going to try and close the night. So right now I'm just going to add a little more details just to help define the drawing. Details that I know I will still end up changing. I think I'm going to want to use a Russian pressure suit and have that as my base for the rest of his costume. Because he was in Vietnam, and Vietnam, I believe, had Russians in it. So, at least in my sense of theory, it would only make sense that his suit is partially inspired by a Russian pressure suit. But of course, instead of the usual fabrics, we have metal because he is Iron Man after all. So in this case, his neck guard now becomes more circular. My bad. So since it's a Russian pressure suit, I'd also like to think that Iron Man's suit in this iteration that I'm doing is has some form of liquid metal, I guess, because at least that's how I'm perceiving a lot of the illustrations here. So we go away from the more traditional, generally accepted steel plates. And what I'd like to do is this is not without difficulty. When I say difficulty, I mean the hazards of wearing the suit. So here, we're just going to create lines that designate where and how his suit bundles up, right here too, and of course here as well. So I think this is also kind of similar to the patterns present in the Mark V suit of the MCU, which is quite interesting to think about. Now to add some bulk. So sleepy. And so for this one, I truly would, I'm still trying to figure out how to do this because in most of the illustrations, this is all just a kind of muscle. But I guess we are going to try and give it some tubing. I'm not sure yet. I don't want to jump to design conclusions. Okay, now this is the the part and the time where I think I need to gather references on actual mechanics now. Because as much as I admire this more costume based design, I kind of want to reintroduce some mechanisms into it. And so let's see how that will work. And also there, I want to maintain this separation. Right here. Alright, I think I will end my stream here. Uh, that is how my Cold War Iron Man is starting to look. To everybody who joined in on the stream, thank you so much. I appreciate you. And I think I will need to call it a night. Thank you. Thank you. Have a wonderful day, or evening, or afternoon, or evening. Good night.